Alrighty, let's get it going. Right button? That's the right. That's the right button. Hey, folks. Hello, guys. How you doing? Yeah. You having a good Sunday? Welcome on in. Feeling a little sleepy today, but we're doing okay. Make it work. We were really jamming out yesterday. We might do a little bit more of that later, but I actually had sort of this thought after the stream at some point. I don't know if it was like a shower thought or it came to me in a dream or what. But I don't know. I kind of wanted to just like bring it up and share and kind of discuss it and see what you guys thought. We did get a couple of new followers last night. So Noodlebrain, Mac, Marv, and Noriz. Thank you guys for the guys. Hope to see you guys. Welcome in, and I hope you enjoy what we got going on here. We mostly do art, occasionally do a little bit of gaming here and there, but it's mostly art stuff. So yeah, that's what we're about. So we got a lot done with the sort of general paint overs that we were working on yesterday. Just sort of polishing everything up. We still have a lot of areas that are still sort of undeveloped. So I think the order of the day is to progress on that, right? I'm gonna work on the throne initially because I said I wanted to start there today. Then sort of fill out a few areas that are still not really. It don't got to love and needs to. We're gonna love it. So yeah, that's where we're at. Now with all of that preamble done and out of the way, and I forgot. No, later. Notes for later. Yeah, what I was kind of thinking about the other day or last night. I don't remember how I got on this topic, but I was thinking just sort of about like action sequences in movies and in games and whatnot. And just sort of how it gets used. And I feel like, and this is very broad strokes, and I'll kind of end up starting to like tear down some of my own arguments in the process of discussing it. I feel like one of the things that like, Eastern stories, anime and games, whatnot, tend to sort of put forward is action and like fights between two or more individuals as a contest of will. Whereas I feel like a lot of times Western action tended, and this is kind of past tense, but tended to sort of use action as an obstacle for the protagonist. It doesn't have the same sort of clash between the protagonist and the antagonist as, say, like in or in game. And obviously, especially over the last like, I don't know, 25, 30 years. So there's been a lot of cross-pollination, a lot of, well, just a lot of weebs that are, you know, in the positions of writing stories now and making games. And ow! You too, Shadow, welcome in. Hit me so hard I lagged out. Oh, am I lagging? Okay, that's it. We'll leave that there for now. But yeah, so what was I saying? So yeah, it's not, you know, an absolute rule of like, oh, you know, Japan does it so much better than the US or whatever. No, it's not like that. And actually there are a lot of examples where I think like Western games and cartoons and movies do a really good job with, you know, fighting being an extension of intent and will between the two combatants. Um, but I think I was watching, because I was watching some like videos discussing like, but you know, a lot of times I'm trying to think of the examples that I had in mind. I mean, so Final Fantasy, and I don't want to get too much into spoilers, but like they towards the end of 14 storyline, and you see this in most of the Final Fantasies, by the time you get to confronting the big protagonist, like you have really sort of hit this point where the characters know what they're about, they know what the motivations are, and it's not so much like, oh, you know, the enemy has, the villain has some, you know, big doomsday plan and we need to figure out a way to stop that, or, you know, MacGuffin our way through it. It's like, no, we have to prove that our motivations and our intentions are like our will is stronger than theirs, right? I guess this is kind of a really roundabout way of saying that like fights should be a form of dialogue between characters rather than just a spectacle, right? God's motivation is to make the world his harem. Yeah, so if you had an antagonist, it would be someone that doesn't want to be part of the harem. And then it would come down to sort of a contest of whose intention and will to see their plans through is greater, right? And I don't know, I feel like with some, yeah, and that could kind of work in like a comedy sense, right? Of like two overlords. Well, I think that was a lot of like the writing of Despicable Me, right? Was you had two supervillains trying to out-villain each other and be the best at being the worst. And you know, they had the whole thing about like how, you know, Rue learns to be a nice guy along the way and care for the kid. Whatever. Whatever. But I don't know. I think where a lot of times people tend to kind of get bored with action sequences is when you just kind of have some guys and they fight each other because one is like in the way of the other one, or they just kind of wind up in, you know, a room and have to fight each other because that's what the plot says and we need an action beat here. I'm gonna have a hot take here. I'm gonna take some flack. I've only watched the first John Wick movie, but there was like a chief henchman that Wick had to fight a couple of times, and he was just really boring. Like, it was not interesting to fight him because he was just kind of an obstacle. like his presence in the story didn't really add anything or elevate anything. It didn't really, they didn't present it in the sense of like, in the years since Wick has been retired, the scene, the industry has kind of moved on without him, and you have the new sort of pro assassins who are, or chief muscle who are sort of taking over his position. No, it was just kind of a henchman. It wasn't that interesting to me. Conversely, you have let's see, what I mean, I don't want to just fall back on Star Wars because Star Wars is such an easy like mark for me to hit. I love Star Wars. But if we keep it sort of contained within even just the original trilogy, right? You had the duel in the first movie between Obi-Wan and Vader. Which, Obi-Wan is kind of the good wizard and Vader is the bad wizard. And they fight each other. And you understand that there's some like history between the two of them. But, given what was there at the time, taking the movie in isolation, just kind of two guys fighting, Whereas, by the time we get to the next movie and Luke is fighting Vader, Luke has a sense of vengeance against Vader and has sort of come into his own as a Jedi, and Vader has his motivations and is trying, not to just kill Luke, but to convince him and like show him that working together is actually the better outcome. Win him over. They're not just fighting because, you're good and I'm bad, and so we have to fight now, which is exactly what they did in The Phantom Menace, right? Like, there's two Jedi and a Sith, so now they gotta fight, because that's just what we do. See each other, we fight. That's the rules. We have standards, and they say kill each other. I was playing a game and rewatching the stream from yesterday. I was too busy watching the stream, I forgot about the stream! No worries, Standing. I hope you had fun. Welcome in. I hope your weekend's going. Yeah, like by episode 5, you like actually have, this dialogue going on, right, between the two fighters. And then episode 6 elevates that even further, where like Luke has really sort of come into his own and assumed like the confidence of a Jedi Knight. He understands what he needs to do, which like works initially, but still isn't enough to defeat Vader. And then Vader's prodding like intensifies the consequences of what happens if Luke loses. And that's what pushes him over the edge, right? That's what pushes him to victory. Ironically, Vader kind of spelled his own defeat. So, like, I feel like all of that would have been just not as interesting if, again, like in Phantom Menace, they just see each other in a hallway and go, oh, we gotta fight now. Because it's page 19 on the plot and we have to fight. Um, I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things that just made a lot more sense in my head, and like I had it more sort of blocked out. But yeah, I guess sort of to the original point, there's sort of a difference between like when action is just sort of done as an obstacle for the protagonist as opposed to being a conflict between characters or a jockeying for power or for, you know, sort of the authority of being correct. I think that's why you can have stories like, you know, Dragon Ball or My Hero Academia. Okay, so here's a good example, I would say. Sort of keeping it within, you know, the realm of anime. Just comparing a few anime to each other, right? So if you have something like this, let's say good Dragon Ball Z, because there's definitely a point where it kind of goes way off the rails, right? But you know, you have this contest between the hero and the villain, and the hero believes that they are correct, and the villain either believes that they are correct or just don't care, right? They are apathetic. um, and so, you know, the two of them just go back and forth and trade blows. And it is, yes, absolutely, the peak of DBZ, the Saiyaman. It doesn't get better than that, absolutely. Um, you know, so they're hitting each other, they're flying back and forth and throwing each other through mountains, and it's all very dramatic. But what ultimately is sort of dictating the outcome of the fight is not, you know, that Goku did 200 push-ups more than Frieza or Vegeta, but that Goku is more sort of confident in his position and confident in his intention, I would argue, and sort of gives an advantage. And yes, this could just be construed as plot armor, but I would say it is more sort of compelling to do it that way, or you know, it's more interesting that they, you know, go at it from the standpoint of, you know, a battle of will, and that explains how, you know, they can take a billion punches to the chest and not die, because it's not like, oh well, you know, I had this special trick or weapon or whatever that gives me the edge. It's like I'm, you know, I refuse to go down, and that's sort of what keeps allowing them to carry the fight when someone else would have faltered. And then you compare that to something like Naruto, where I don't know, man, Naruto just feels like, and what ultimately did the show in for me was when two of the characters were fighting and they kind of just kept one-upping each other. It felt like a playground match where, you know, one kid has a gun and then the other kid has bulletproof armor, and then the other kid has, well, it turns out it's a laser gun, so it just goes through your bulletproof armor, and it's like, oh well, I have mirror armor, so it stops your lasers and bounces back and shoots you. And they just like keep one-upping each other because they just refuse to lose, right? But it's not built on anything. There's no like sort of payoff of like tapping into a deeper motivation or force of will to make it happen. They just are pissy. So I don't know. Like, I guess if I were to sort of try and condense this rambling down to like, I eat lasers for breakfast. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, shut up, Sasuke. No one cares or likes you. Ow. What? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me, I mean, tell me Sasuke is a good character. Say it with a straight face. Yeah, I guess if I were to try and condense all this rambling down to like something coherent, I think when characters fight, it should be an extension of their motivation. Right? It shouldn't just be because you want to have some big flashy spectacle, right? One other sort of example that I thought of, and this is again where I think we're getting some good, like, cross pollination. We're getting good lessons learned from people that are paying attention to media. And I'm sure there are going to be some people that disagree, but my stream and I'm going to make the argument. So in Avengers Infinity War, there's a scene where they get to the alien planet and they set the trap for Thanos. And Doctor Strange meets Thanos and they have a little back and forth. Thanos explains his motivations and why he's doing everything that he is and why he wants the Infinity Stones, and he reveals his tragic backstory. Not this one, his different one. Right. And one of the things that it lays out is that no one is going to be able to dissuade Thanos from his, right? He has set himself on this path a long time ago, and the only thing that he can do is see it to completion. Even as the circumstances change, he has already sort of locked himself in. But the other thing is, when they get to the end of their dialogue, and Strange has sort of hit that realization of like, okay, yep, we're gonna fight now. What he says is, I think you will find our will comparable to yours, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. Right? So when everyone sort of jumps out from behind the rocks and starts punching Thanos, it's not just like, okay, we gotta fight now. It's like we have sort of hit this point where we have to sort of demonstrate that our strength and our intention is more compelling. We have the will to see our reality made. Because I think if you don't do it right, you just get into this weird like might makes right situation, which is not a good lesson, Just saying, oh well, I don't like what you say, so I'm gonna beat you up is not a good, it's not very entertaining, and it's not a good thing to impart to viewers. And yeah, maybe it's a little idealistic, but fiction, Art of fiction is creating the world that we want to see and imparting that to other people. Trying to clean this freaking hand up a little bit here. Yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of a thought that's been on my mind today. Of course, as soon as I try to say it, it like all falls apart in my mouth. It doesn't make any sense. Freaking cotton candy thoughts. But, you know, I tried. Hopefully it made some sort of... I'm gonna have more later. That's okay. I mostly want to focus on the throne and this, you know, relationship of like how the arm is resting. The armrest is very important. So, focus, 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 focus. We can clean this up a little bit. Let me grab the reference for the chair. Just make. And we're not going to put too much work into down here just because most of it is covered in clues. Yeah, we can give this a little bit of a why people write books and spend hours getting the words just right. Yeah. Yeah, they just write out like 5 pages and they go back and reread it and go, no, that's stupid. None of this, nothing that has been said here makes any sense. It's a complete waste of time. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's easy to get into sort of the mindset of every villain has to be sympathetic and interesting. I don't think that's true. I think you can get away with a villain, like you can get away with a Joker villain, you know? Just someone that wants to ruin everything is, you know, it more just sort of exists as an antithesis to the protagonist's ideas, right? A polar opposite. Okay, drive safe, Shadow. I'll see you later. I don't feel like every villain needs to be, you know, compelling and sympathetic and etc. I think we've had some really good examples of it, and people have kind of misunderstood it to mean that if you want a good villain, it has to. And I don't think that's true. I think it's helpful in a lot of cases. I think it's good in a lot of cases. But I think you can just have a villain that wants to go apeshit, you know? Someone who's just doesn't care anymore. But then I think by the time that you get to, well, so like in The Dark Knight, right? You have the Joker. You don't know the Joker's origins. You don't know their motivation, right? Because there's no like tragic reason, grand philosophy that they're operating under that we're privy to. But we still have a sense of like what their end game is, what his end game is. We're still like motivated by that and how it is antithetical to Batman. Batman wants to see Gotham elevated from where it is, and the Joker wants to thrust it even farther into anarchy. And by the time we get to them actually, confronting each other in a fight, like we have established that those are sort of the conditions. Joker wins, then the city is plunged into chaos. And if Batman wins, Gotham lives another day. And of course, we get the big twist of like, of course the Joker didn't bet everything on beating Batman to death. That would be stupid. Setting himself up for failure. But that's what we have. That's the information that the audience is given and understands going into the fight. It's not just two guys show up in a building and they gotta fight now. Or, he's not, the villain is not like the henchmen who are just sort of obstacles in the way of getting to that fight. Even showing that lack of reason as part of the story makes it interesting. Yeah, I thought that was a very good job when they like tried to seek a higher reason from him. Like they wanted to know what he was doing and why he was doing it. It was like, look, man, I don't know. I don't care. He even says like, I'm like a dog chasing a car. I don't know what I would do if I actually caught it. I just want the car. So, I think you can have really good, just sort of anarchic villains. And I think you can have villains that, might have motivations, like Avatar: The Last Airbender did this really well, that they came from a place of reason and philosophy and just kind of got lost in their own neurosis, right? They just, it just ran away from them until the only thing that's left is seeing it through. Funny enough, that kind of happened to Vader, right? That like he had this reason for joining the dark side and agreeing to Palpatine's demands. And even by the time that we get to like A New Hope, right? 20 years into the Empire, Vader's not happy with it. This is not what he wanted, but he just doesn't see a solution beyond, staying the course and hoping that he can make something. Like Luke appearing and, sort of revealing himself as a Jedi was actually like an opportunity for Vader to do something, to actually change the course. Yeah. But like, on one hand, he had motivations and reasons. On the other hand, he kind of just shows up and slaughters people because, you know, they're enemies of the Empire. Like, he wants to restore an order and have a measure of security that he has never known in his life, right? And until a better opportunity presents itself, that order is the Empire. So, you know, like he's very heavy-handed in his action, but there's still like an intention and a will, a motivation behind why he's doing it. Even if he has gotten lost in the doing of it, right? And that was kind of the thing in the last movie, was Luke trying to sort of walk him back from that place. And then Palpatine's just like, nah, fuck all y'all. I'm just gonna kill everyone. Yeah. Like, he didn't see a way off the path that he had created. Like, to whatever end he was going to walk. And I think he did have a measure of regret about that, but also there was nothing that he felt he could do. Whereas, I don't know. So I guess, like, I feel like I see this a lot with 80s action movies, right? Where the villain is just sort of an obstacle, right? And that can work. It can be good. Like, you know, as a negative, I would say even like the Terminator falls under this category, right? Like, the Terminator doesn't have really interesting will or motivation. It is literally a killing machine. That is its only job, and is damn good at it. And I don't know that the Terminator would really benefit from having a complex motivation or force of will. But I feel like, I don't know, I just bring that up as sort of like an example of villain as obstacle as opposed to villain as a, right? You're not interested in the Terminator for the Terminator. You're interested to see how the Connors and Kyle Reese, and, you know, in the second movie, the good Terminator, survive it. It's not a character, it's a force. Yeah, I think, again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the important thing when you're writing stuff out like this is to know the difference. To recognize, am I creating, you know, an antagonistic character to sort of reflect against the protagonist? and show opposing points of opinion and opposing wills, or am I creating just like something that the protagonist has to overcome and defeat or survive, right? I mean, the freaking, I don't know if anyone remembers Day After Tomorrow, that Roland Emmerich movie. That came out long enough ago. I imagine there are plenty of people who never saw it at this point. But the freaking villain, quote unquote, of that movie was a storm. Right? It was natural disasters, and everyone was just sort of trying to deal with the environment effectively turning inhospitable. It wasn't, oh, if anyone remembers the movie Twister, wasn't there a point where like a tornado like ripped through a house and they edited a tiger's roar into it? Like they actually made the tornado like malicious. It was like, are you fucking serious? Like, I've heard stories of people talking about how it seemed like the tornado was chasing them down the street, right? It felt that way. But I don't think any tornado has ever roared, It's different. Yeah, I don't think either mode is inherently better or worse, right? Part of the story was about the woman characters taking what a tornado did to her father as an intentional attack. Yeah. So there's definitely like a perception of it, right? And you could argue that her sort of perception of what the tornado is doing, or just sort of the nature of the tornadoes, does have a malicious element to it, and that's sort of getting like projected through the movie. That's possible. Oh, a good example? The Martian. The Martian doesn't have a villain, right? There are a few cases of, individuals who are like, can we feasibly get Watney back from Mars? Is this a mission that we can actually realistically undertake? Or is he going to die before we can reach? Right? But no one has ever like, fuck him. I hate that Watney. I hope he dies on Mars. I'm gonna sabotage the mission and make sure it doesn't happen. Right? So all of the antagonist is just the dangerous environment that is the Martian surface. Right, there is an adversary. The adversary is the environment. Right? The adversary is, I need enough water and potatoes to not starve to death. Which is surprisingly compelling. Every sort of chapter of the movie is, okay, well, so either a new problem is presenting itself through, just the changes in the environment, or the things that I did to solve the last problem have resulted in a new problem. So now I need to work that problem and figure it out. Right? And it has sort of a building of consequence and stakes. But at no point does like the Martian dust storm start roaring at Watney and hunting him across the dunes. So yeah, you can have just an antagonistic force, right? Your antagonistic force can be a character or a faction. I think that works. I think that is fine, and I think there are some really good examples of like compelling, destructive, villains without like their own sort of development and motivations and all of that. It's possible. But I think you need to write for it, right? Like people have talked about this ad nauseum almost with the latest Top Gun movie, that there's no villain in that movie, right? There's no evil pilot or something that's gunning for Maverick and trying to take him down and get him killed or whatever. There are definitely opposing forces in terms of like some of the Admiralty that want to see the mission done and don't like how he's handling it, or want to push up the timetable. There's the captain right at the start of the movie who's like trying to promote his unmanned drone program. They're gonna get the experimental fighter and etc. There are antagonistic forces, but there's not like a villain. There's not someone who's like there's not an opposing will that sort of permeates the movie as a villain character. And I think that difference is important. In some ways, that might, like, depending on the story and depending on what you're trying to do, that might be better, right? Because if you make a villain that has their own motivations and reasons, you have to spend time exploring them. You have to give the character, you have to give the audience, rather, enough time to understand why they're supposed to care about this villain and what the villain is about and why that's antithetical to the protagonist. And once you've done that, once you've spent however many hours to see that through, then they can fight. Right? Once you have come to this crossroads of you're standing there, I'm standing here, and neither of us can back down. Both of us have this goal that we're trying to see to completion, and we just have to resolve this. There's only one way for us to resolve, right? But that's going to take a lot of time. You basically have to like spend as much time potentially building up the antagonist and making them an understandable character. Maybe not sympathetic, but someone that the audience can kind of see why they are the way that they are. I really want to talk about the Star Wars cartoons, but I don't want to spoil anything for people that haven't seen it, because I can understand like not high on some people's priorities. But trust me, the Star Wars cartoons are 100% worth the watch. They are some of the best Star Wars that we have had. Just period. Not even like in the last few years. Just some of the best additions to the franchise, full stop. Well, that took, but we got there. Yeah, you want to have a villain character with their own motivation and force of will. Do that, and know that you're gonna have to dedicate time to making that compelling, right? If you want to just have some, destructive force that is in opposition or in obstacle to your protagonist, fine, do that. But, you're going to be sort of like all of the emotional weight and payoff then has to come from your main characters. I think like Inception comes to mind because Inception definitely has some semi-antagonistic characters, though some of them end up being supporting characters as well. But like the main antagonist in Inception is the main character's own psychosis, basically. It's his own emotional trauma and trying to deal with the consequences of mistakes. I mean, it helps that, the movie takes place in a mindscape and that can literally manifest into someone with a gun, but they're not. They don't have to. They kind of get a twofer, right? Because they can explore the villain character by exploring the protagonist. I think that gives a lot. Like they don't have to sort of sacrifice one or distract from one to get to the other one. Oh, maybe that's what. Yulu, you're alive. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you are feeling better. Yeah, maybe that's why most Marvel villains are just kind of forgettable. Right? Most of the Marvel villains just kind of exist, They're just kind of there. Maybe they have some motivation. And everyone's just kind of like, yeah, but you're just kind of there for the hero to beat up, I had one drink and it killed me for a day and a half. Damn, what was in it? Wood grain alcohol? Well, I'm glad you are back in the world of the sober. It was moonshine. It was a shot of soju. Your spirit was not strong enough. Clearly, you must train. Build your force of will. So that when next you battle soju, you will be victorious. See, this is what I'm talking about. Maybe your villain is a bottle of soju. Okay. Don't get too focused in on the micro details. Actually, what I think I'm gonna do, just copy this over because I'm lazy. Lazy, efficient, what's the difference? Select, flip it. I guess now we'll find out how well the symmetry's holding up, eh? Okay. Then we're just never drink, so the one time I go out with coworkers get destroyed. Yeah, that's ow no. Never too sick for violence. Understood. That's fair, I guess. No matter rain, sleet, wind, or snow, whatever the hell a saying is, the violence shall be delivered. This is the way. Speaking of, I still haven't started the new season of Mandalorian. Working through other stuff. I figure they haven't released the whole thing yet anyway, so I got time. There we go. That's nice. Oh, wrong brush. I finished the first season of The Bad Batch. That was good. Unexpectedly good. I didn't think that show was going to be as fun as it is. But solid. Solid stuff. What else do I need to start The Last of Us, because I've heard that's good. Very good, even. Apparently they didn't release an episode this week because fuck you. Now you're gonna have to subscribe for another week, suckers. Luckily, people have been pretty good with the spoilers on Last of Us. Like, granted, I don't get involved in online discussions that much, but I've seen very little of like people just sort of talking openly about it, or just like dropping carelessly, saying what happened in the last episode. The most that I've ever like had happen is coworkers being like, "Oh man, that last episode was rough," and then people are just like, "Dude, every episode is rough." Like, yeah, but that one was really rough. Like, cool. Still an emotional gut punch. Understood. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, am I gonna draw more feet? I'm gonna draw more feet, aren't I? Damn it. I wanna draw more feet. Feet are weird. And in the feet. All that. Yeah, there's got to be a foot here. It just doesn't make sense otherwise, you know? This layer is called Tragic Foot. Honestly, somehow quite fitting, I feel. Okay. Yeah, so if we've got this leg, right, comes down, the ankle is going to be about here. Heel is going to be kind of sitting like that, pressed into the bottom of the throne, or top of the armrest, rather. Arch of the foot like that, top of the foot. 1, 2, toesy. Okay, so something like that. And then let's make it. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. I will have topics like that. I'll just like think it up to myself. I'll go, oh, that's interesting. I should bring that up with the stream tomorrow or this weekend. You know, and then it comes time for the stream itself, and I either forget or I start saying it, and I'm just like, actually, this is really dumb, but I'm already, in for a penny. And just kind of keep going with it. And hope that I either, like, don't lose what little train of thought I have. Is his foot backwards? His foot is freaking flipping backwards. Oh no. Underside of the two there, and then all the foot. Either try and hold on to what little thread of conversation I have, coherently brought together, or hope that I find it somewhere farther down the way. Not always successful. In fact, often I am not. Feels to me like every stream low. It's true. Sometimes you just get beamed in the side of the head by a bear, and you just gotta roll with it. I go, okay, what does that mean? What it means is bears are heavy. I don't need to do like the side of the foot that much, or the heel. I'm just kind of doing it for draw through purposes, making sure that things stay coherent. Arch of the foot right there. That big toe. 1, 2, little one. Trying not to get too caught up in the specifics or anything right now. Shape and the anatomy, making sure. And then let's. Okay, cool. That's a weird looking foot. Wait a little bit. Let me grab my ref book just to make sure I'm getting the shape of this good. It's pretty close, but something kind of trying to make sure that it doesn't get too like boxy or weird. Okay, yeah. Or just that there's not like something that I'm missing about it. Okay. Yeah, so it's sort of like a group of padding. A lot of padding on the foot, as you would expect. Do it a little bit more. And then, how does the art work? Like a few sort of groups to the bottom, right? So there's like this, again, can't really see it, but there's like a pad underneath the heel. And there's sort of a pad right through here. And then a pad that sort of sits underneath bottom toe. Then there's sort of like the shape of the arch that goes through. Means, more importantly than like, oh, you know, we need to sort of elevate the pad, is we need to sort of add gap space underneath the toes. And then little toes tend to be sort of curled in, whereas the big toe more sort of rolled out. Like a planar, or not a planar difference, like it doesn't go straight out like that, right? It kind of goes out for the four toes and then actually sort of brings it back for the big. The toenail. I'm getting really caught up in the fine details on this, but that's okay. Just a bit of the purple tinted. Let's go ahead and mask off the foot as well. Oh, actually, can I put underneath? Oh, nope, we lose everything else. That's all right. What I think I'm going to need to end up doing towards the end of this is sort of, because I've got a bunch of different paint over layers for like each character and the throne and the axe and the head and the back. What I think we're going to sort of need towards the end is like a final paint over layer, sort of conjoin everything together and deal with the weird little gaps, relation, whatnot, right? Just trying to keep everything sort of sanitized and isolated is going to wind up with having these weird little like missed spots. Like, is this handled by this layer or this layer? Conclude that line of thinking. Move this up a little. Feels a bit. Oh, it's better, right? Get out of here. Get out of here. No one cares. Highlight to help pop the foot forward a little bit. Nice. Make it a bit more visible and vibrant than the leg behind it. That's okay. It's definitely a little iffy still, but it's an okay start. I'm gonna leave it alone for now just because I want to move on to others. Even though I'm not really happy with it yet, but it's fine for where it's at. Freaking feet, man. Okay, I really want to work on, grab a bit of reference. For the artifact armor for astrology, I want to reference the fold patterns in the Stormblood artifact gear. If I can find it. Okay, so that's the Shadowbringers art. It's on this page, Wiki. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. There it is. All right, full-size image, please. Thank you. Okay, so the folds are not super heavy. Okay. Yeah, we'll touch this up some, but more than like touching that up, I left the hair sort of deliberately unfinished just because I knew we could end up spending a lot of time on it. And I didn't want to get too lost in the weeds with it. Reminds me of like 80s hairband, which I suppose, again, is very appropriate for this project. I don't know. Yeah. There we go. What is this? I think we'll kind of seeing how the red lighting has gotten more emphasized as we. What? Right. More of the red lighting sort of coming down the sides, passed over a section of the hair. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Where's this going? Oh, okay, I see. It's like main sort of lock of hair. Then there's another one that's sort of up across the forehead. Right, and then we covered up some in the process of painting the forehead and a little bit of shadow to help sort of reinforce that relationship. There we go. That right. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere with starting to look a little cleaning up some of the details. More flowy like we see in the reference. Well, like I see. You can't see it. Hey, Jack. Come in. Happy Sunday. Hope it's treating you good. Get more red. Ow, 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 no! Take it back. Okay. What? Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I have this line through here, but we don't want or need that, so. Yeah, Sunday has been good. It's been good. A little sleepy today. A little bit low energy. Not bad. Having a chill Sunday working on some more art. Trying to clean up all the sort of odds and ends that are left, right? Before I start getting lost in the detailing. We want to make sure that like these bigger areas that are still unpainted get some love and attention. Grab a little bit of this. What are things going for you guys? What's Sunday like? You guys have had a good week. I would enjoy 3-day weekend. That sounds nice. I could go for one of those. Inner ear drawn out. Same time that we're okay, and then yeah, we've got these sort of tied back hair. That's like good. What the hell? What you doing? What you doing back there? Okay, so you're not helping. Freaking game geo just flipping. No respect, no regard. No explanation. Careless. Okay, I'll just kind of round out the bottom of this a little bit. You will kind of, okay. A little tint to this outer edges because there's light scattering backlight. And it helps to, differentiate a little bit from the color behind. Okay, so yeah. Do actually basically have this on like hair kind of tucking around the ear as it gets pulled back into. I think that's. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to save this little hairpin. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares. It's just not worth the effort to try and draw around. Okay, so yeah, we've got side of the head. Okay. That's going like that. And then, yeah, see the ponytail. It's an okay. I think the face is more kind of, over here. And then I was kind of drawing the ponytail more to be So if the face is here, the more out like just a slight change of it. The other thing, kind of reduce some of the variations for right now. Like it's enough that we have, you know, the different lighting and oh god, I left the stripe there. Please tell me I can. Ah, okay. It was right at the end of my undo history. That was scary. I'm gonna go ahead and save. That would have been distressing if I had left that in there and had to like redraw the face because of that blunder. But we got it. Okay. Good. And then yeah, just gonna turn the back of the head. More flat. Good. And then let's just get rid of some of this scuffy sketch work. Like that. Okay. Bottom. Can pull. Don't want to get again. Don't want to get too into like break up and secondary details while we're still sort of rounding out the hair in general and make everything fits nicely. Grab this guy. Help draw out the pinching bottom. Good. Bigger brush. More coverage. More coverage. Try not to get fixated on. More about the shape at large, and maybe I should have done this before I put a bunch of work into the ear, but MU hindsight. What color is the hair tie? I think it's the same. What is that? Oh, not have a good reference of how that ribbon is tucked in. Ow! Is that your I'm back throw? Well, welcome back. Plugging away a little bit at Star's 80s rocker hair. Cleaning it up a little bit, making it feel more. It's a little better. Still a lot to do, but inches of progress. You know? Okay. Kind of got some tangenting between the sleeve and the back of the head here, so I'm going to kind of pull that forward so that they aren't fighting each other, kind of lying flat. And then we're going to grab this. There we go. Not to get everything to sort of fall into the same colors, you know. Can't tell the boundary between the hair and the skin, then I did something wrong. Okay, we definitely have more sort of like loose sections of hair as well. Must still have a right to give it 10. Ew, gross. Well, should take a nap if you're feeling it. Or at least, get a good lay down in, little rest time. No good being out on the road if you're not good for it, Yeah, I shouldn't be giving you driving advice, but I'd say it out of concern. Hey, Sonic, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Ain't no rest of the wicked. Then you ain't slept a damn day in your life. Got big plans for this upcoming. Yeah, with the Resident Evil coming out. I don't remember if I showed you this before, but I'm gonna bring it up again anyway. Here it is. I love that this was the first, like, I looked for it and I immediately found it. Yeah, all good. All good. It is exciting though. Here it is. Oh, I love this. The smoothest there is. There we go. Okay, yes. This up a little bit more. Yeah, just get a little bit of like differentiation. And up a little bit. Cool. Trying to get me a mental breakdown right now. Not trying, but sometimes that's just the cost of doing business. Ow. Rude. Not a few. There. Or maybe not. That's not working. That ain't working so good. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, yeah. Very interesting hairstyle. A lot of hair. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Again, focus on the big shapes, but also we can have a little bit as we go. Also, I still haven't added these locks back in. get them at some point. But we'll get there. Hate thinking about work on the weekend. Like, no, save it for tomorrow. Stupid, intrusive thoughts. Something in this room is sus. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's starting to make a little bit more sense. Unironically, bought an Among Us plush today. Did you resist? Were you strong enough? Yeah, so then we just need to bring in a like a V. Got these lighter brands. Alright, that's starting to get somewhere at least. Let's add the locks in before I forget them for. Oh, they're quite long actually. Down like eye level. In one. I have never actually played Among Us. I've watched people play, but I just know that if I did, I'd take it too personally. Like people would call me out and I would just like get actually upset. Boy. You call me out, bro? Can't believe you've done this. All we've been. But yeah, it's the same reason that I never let myself play Settlers of Catan. Like, yes, it's a good game, but that shit can get heated and you have to know how to just like let it go, you know? And I know I have limits. I know that about myself. And it's just better for everyone we don't test it. At least this was in the past. I don't know. Maybe I'd be better about it now, but that was definitely my experience. Like, I don't know if I'm actually having fun playing this game. I don't think I am. Hey, a t-shirt? Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's still very much a work in progress. This is an interesting one to sort of work our way through, but it's getting there. Playing it up. Like I was saying, it definitely has that sort of like 80s hair metal feel about it. The volume, the lusciousness has power. They look ready to rock and roll. Not even 30 seconds. Damn. Damn. Muddying things up. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Yeah, it's been good. Little, I don't know. I was saying earlier, little sleepy, little low energy, but that's a good time to just get cozy and do some art, right? Not stress about things. Have a good time. Excuse me. We're gonna have a tea break come. Little good old little before and after. The head is just so much to deal with. A freaking frog head. Okay. Ow. It is, and you know it. Don't hate. Don't hate me for spitting facts. Ow. Alright, we'll get a little bit of sippy. Yes, I had to add a foot because the leg just disappearing behind the foot, the armrest was not making it. So Tragic has her foot back. I'll flesh it out more later. It's still a little bit odd, but it was an okay start. Mostly just worried about getting everything played in still. Let's double check. Okay. Okay. This is more of like a drop. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out Tragic just had hooves the whole time. Cat ears are fake. Turns out she's actually a goat girl.
Good job!
Oh, that star's like. Yes. Yes? Yes, it. What is Frogman's origins? Gonna have to ask Shadow for the details on that one. I am but a humble renderer in this case. Do I still have drawing? Not drawing, little edit last year. I don't think I do. Yeah, when did we finish 4? I don't remember. Oh. Hmm. No, that's Guffy. Guffy, the janitor. Oh, Marmalade. Demon Lord that came to Earziap to spread his harem. When he appeared, a level 1 adventurer tried to best him. Froghead was claimed as a reward. Now it strikes fear and lust into everyone. So it's like Majora's Mask, but for down bad bastards. Oh, let me grab. I need some abs. Oh, where did my big book of abs go? Dang it. I misplaced the book. There it is. Come here. Abs and okay. Think. Okay, I see. Main thing. Kind of weird here. Is it a little bit too far? His FC tolerates his existence. True. Free company is what we call guilds in 14. It's weird because in 11, which was the original MMO, there weren't free companies. There was just link shells. And link shells were sort of used in the same way as guilds. So yeah, it was just a way for like players to communicate and coordinate, and I think actually might have been like a shared bank or something. that link shell members could use and access. I believe there was. And then in 14, they kept link shells. So like you can use link shells for communication, and there's a bunch of like link shells for like hunting groups to go out and find notorious monsters and kill them and what. But the actual like player group structure became free companies. I don't know what happened between A and B. Kept link shells, but said we need a distinction, like we need a different system at the same time that we're going to keep the old one. Interesting little conundrums of development, of which 14 had plenty to deal with, so not sure anyone really thinking about it that, or would remember what the thought process was at this. No. How big can a guild or free company be? I believe the limit is 255 people. There is a limit, because I know like some of the really big free companies that like big streamers like Silvervale host, they have to like kick out inactive members. Because there's sort of a waiting list for people that want to get in. Yes, the frog demon is a mimetic virus. Spreads through the minds of those it comes in contact with. Using them with ideas of lust and perversion. To which I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess that Tragic Backstory was like, oh hell yeah, let's do this. Some acolytes are easier to convince than others. Am I doing this right? Like this is very not good. Trying to clean up the shape of that. Human buddies. Not to kindly sing the frogs 14 or. That's actually true, because there's the giant toads. They're assholes. They'll grab you with their tongue and then try to body slam you. Rude dudes across the board. And then there's the little frog wizards have been sort of gifted the curse of sentience, let's call it. They're constantly like throwing water spells at you, so they also get killed. Adventurers have a hammer, and when all you have is a hammer, Eorzea is just full of nails. Yeah, let me see if I can find. Yeah, here they are. The Pororogos. That's it. Uh, I'm just gonna overrun the screen for a second. So yeah, we got frog wizards. They try and shapeshift you and throw water spells a lot. They're jerks. Adventurers are top tier murder hobos. It's true. The most accomplished of them can actually afford a house. And then they stop being murder hobos and I guess just kind of become professional murderers. Now introducing Super Murder Hobo RPG and Knuckles. Oh, Knuckles is definitely a hobo. At the very least, he's like constantly going around chasing after the Chaos Emeralds. Nomadic else. Alright. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Still but improved. Raised shoulder there. Well, actually, rather than getting too lost in the stop for a tea break. I haven't worked on the bottoms. That'd be a good thing. I like to imagine that Mikote just have like a little bit of peach fuzz over most of their body. They're cats, right? They're not like furry, but got a little bit of peach fur everywhere, everywhere. Okay, that looks. Off this. No, don't. I know. Don't get stuck on the abs again, but can't help it. Don't look good and I want to fix it. Okay. Just a little bit purple. Into the underlight. There we go. Fixate absolutely not. That pun was abominable. Well, at least the face is good. Alright. I think that's a good moment for tea break. We'll come back and we'll work a little bit on the clothing. Then I return. And then we'll probably do a little bit on tragic and shadow as well, just pushing those details along. Okay, yeah, let's do that. And well, you know, we got the armband and we got the bottoms. Gotta touch up. Oh yeah, there's something. It's there. Don't get me in trouble and pretend it's not. Okay, I'm gonna put this on real quick, and then here is a little Christmas cutie. Distract you guys. I'll be back. Okay, back in a minute. That's also very convenient censorship. Thank you. Thank you, Christmas me. Where'd I go? Okay. Back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Only spilled a little hot water on myself. Ouch. Okay, I'm alright. Yeah, that's not. I'll be fine. It's fine. Um, yeah. So Miriam drew the little Hadaru for me last. I love Miriam. Um, and so yes, Frogman is Shadowscape in the middle. On the left, we have tragic backstory, and on the right, I don't remember her full name, but call her Star on the right here. Let me Starling. Do a little bit of work on. We will bounce around to some of the other areas. I don't want to quite hit on the tattoos yet, but we'll probably start a little bit of it today. What the? Oh, that's part of the flip. Yeah. Anything else we wanted to bring up while we're here? No, I think. Reinforce leg versus the outfit bunched up because of the raised position. There we go. Cool. There we go. Neat. Ow. Only spilled a little hot water. I'm fine. Don't even worry about it. Potassium Potassium's good for you. Why does it got pee in it? I'm sorry.
Bruh.
I know. I know. That. Sometimes, you know how it is. Sometimes the brain just comes up with a thing and you say it before you even really think about it. Then you are left with regret. Ow, 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 ow. I deserve that, and thank you for this. Ow, ow, I know, stop it! I already took the punishment, shit the fuck! Oh, violence breeds violence. All right, let me get this sips. The tea is not cool enough yet, so we'll just have water. Thank you. I was thinking the other day, it's finally starting to warm up, or at least pretending to. We'll see if it actually keeps with it for very long. Probably gonna need to figure out how to do some cold brew tea the next month or so. I mean, it's not like it's, advanced chemistry or anything. Figure out sort of how I want to go about that. That'll be neat. Have some nice iced tea. Or at least cool. You know? Yanno. Figure I'll get some kind of little. I keep wanting to call it like a flask, like a. No, some kind of container. Bigger than a glass. I can make like a few glasses worth at a time. Analogy, you made that shit up. Don't come into my chat and just make words up. How dare you? Analogy. The original water bottle. Oh, I've got a couple of those. I just call them jugs. What is this? Liter? Yeah, it's like a liter jug. Also, actually, that's not a word. That is a brand name. It is very different. Um, but yeah, maybe I could use one of those, or just get like a small pitcher of some kind to make some for the weekend. You know, a few glasses worth. Main thing is just to figure out how long I need to let it steep for if it's not hot. When I make cold brew coffee, I just like I put the water and the grounds in one day and let it steep like all day and overnight, and then the next day I start straining it. Right, so it's like a 4-hour process, give or take. And then, but I don't know. Tea probably doesn't need as long. I honestly don't know. Some research. Other research I need to do is I need to finally get around to ordering some computer parts. It's time. It's time for an upgrade. Run into too many scuffed streams with frame rate. No more, I say. No more. Why do I keep getting stuck on the hair? We need to work on other things. Come on. Focus up. This is why I was like holding off on it yesterday. It's really easy to just end up spending hours fine-tuning the hair and faces. I didn't want to get caught in that trap. And I'm back on the hair again. What is it? What? Why? Brain, please work with me. Trying to keep the train rolling, and it's just doesn't wanna. I don't know how to make it work. You know. Don't order from Newegg, whatever you do. I was not planning to. Yeah, I know. They've unfortunately gone pretty downhill for the last few years. I used to really like Newegg and preferred to shop there, but yeah, not anymore, sadly. Yeah, what I'm probably gonna do is try and get as much as I can from Micro Center. That seems like a good, pretty safe bet. And then probably have to go to Amazon for anything else. I don't want to shop at Amazon. And yes, I know I'm on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon. Fight me, business daddy. Come on. You know my address, Jeff Bezos. Let's settle this. Yeah, I think they'll do shipments to my state, but there isn't actually a micro center here. So it would be all online, which sucks. Not ideal at all, but as long as they'll accept an order. Yeah, I used to love going to Fry's. Going to Fry's was like going to Toys R Us. Kind of like let's just go hang out. Let's go see what Fry's has. Check out all the cool shit. I mean, it was kind of they did it to themselves though, you know? Like it wasn't the market being cruel or anything. The stores were never very well organized or managed. Like, if you were going to shop at Fry's, you needed to know what it was you wanted to get. Like, you had to go there with intention, right? Or you needed to have a good enough understanding to sort of shop around and look at what they had. But their website was never good. And yeah, I never felt like there was a lot of people, there was like a lot of support there or good information available. You really had to bring that yourself. Which, I don't know, doesn't really fly for like a consumer electronics store. Most people are not savvy enough. I'm surprised Micro Center didn't just buy out the stores. I don't think they needed them. Like, Micro Center, at least the few that I've been to, don't have the same kind of floor space that Fry's do. And I think Micro Center just didn't. I could imagine them looking at it and just saying like the scale of the expansion is not good, right? Like we would be upscaling too quickly and we wouldn't be able to sustain it, and it would end up costing us. Yeah, Fry's. Okay, the micro centers I've been to were smaller than that. But Fry's, yeah, is like warehouse, right? It's like a department store. So yeah, I guess Walmart S, Walmart E. But yeah, like especially towards the end of Fry's life, like you go into the store and it was just like the shelves were all disorganized. Like, managing them or keeping things coherent, and I know I'm back on the freaking hair. Fine. Let me have this, I guess. So yeah, I was just, yeah, I don't mean to sound mean, but they kind of brought themselves down, right? I don't feel like there was aggressive market competition to force them out or anything. They just didn't manage themselves well. Every Fry's had a weird ass theme, right? And a whole bunch of shit decorations they didn't. Yeah, definitely a few of them at least had like sort of a unique gimmick about them. So like I remember one that had sort of like a Indiana Jones hidden temple look about it. And it wasn't like really complex or anything. It was just like some stuff around the entrance and decorations on the building. That's not what did them in, right? They didn't spend too much on branding or anything. It was really just that they didn't present themselves very well as a retailer. Especially not a retailer at the scale that they were trying to operate at. I think if you, and this is kind of a complaint that I have with a lot of business these days, right? Is like I think Fry's could have been more successful if they just kind of like scaled down and focused on being sort of a supplier for this, right? Like if they said, okay, we're gonna cater to the clientele that know what they want and need some place to get those things. Like, yes, we're not going to have mass market appeal, but we're not aiming or scaling our operation to hit mass market appeal. I don't know. I feel like that they might have survived better. They had just focused on that. But everyone always wants the number to go up. Even if the number is good, it could be bigger. Want bigger numbers, more numbers. Loads of numbers. Mortal words of Lone Star. It's not about making money. It's about making a shit ton of money. Yeah, well, and I imagine especially, well, for areas where they did cross paths, right? Like Rise closed down, Micro Center is the only business left. So all of the clientele is going to end up going to Micro Center. Again, I don't know how much they actually like shared territory, you know, but definitely doesn't help, or it doesn't hurt, that any competition Fry's was offering is now kaput. A little bit of pinch to that arm. Yeah, I would like it if there were a Micro Center around here. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the other weird thing, and this is a bit of an issue for electronics, but like with cars, they market cars like you're supposed to get a new car every year. I'm like, who does that? So like, you know, when I buy, hey Jax, welcome in. Everybody say hello. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Zoom out so you can get a little bit of a more total work in progress going on. I zoomed out way too much there. We're getting lost in the details, but just cleaning up some elements up here. I hope you're having a good weekend. But yeah, when I buy like electronics, right? If I buy like computer components or whatever. Hey, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to our cozy little corner at Twitch. We mostly just hang out and do art and talk about stuff. Occasionally some games, but mostly we do into drawing stuff. Thank you. That's very sweet. You're very sweet. But yeah, like if I'm buying computer parts, right? I want them to last at least a few years. So, like, how often am I going to be going to Micro Center to buy stuff, right? If I'm mostly going to them for components and not just like, I don't know, regular electronic stuff, which even that I don't buy a ton of. I'm not buying upgrades. I'm not buying upgrades unless it's a replacement. Something has to give out before I look at getting rid of it. Or it just has to be so outmoded. Okay, that's a little bit. I'm still not super happy with the shoulder, but what was that? Something fell. That happens a lot. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Move some stuff. I don't want to be clanging my spoon around right next to the mic. There we go. Can I ask how long I've been working on this? Let's see. So we started last weekend, last Saturday, I believe. So I think we're somewhere around, I don't know, 15 hours in, maybe? 15, 16 hours? That sounds about right. Okay, had the reference of artifact piece. There you are. Okay, we're gonna keep the. I was thinking we might have some like really bunched up folds on the sleeves here, but it's pretty minimal. Do something kind of like that. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, and I don't know. This has been a really interesting project. Like, one, having a bunch of characters in the scene is always a good challenge. And two, just kind of, I don't know. This one is really kind of like found its own personality just in the process of doing it. Like I had an idea when I got started with it, and then just in the process it has really sort of augmented itself. There we go. Cool. That's going like that. Bonk. Bonk. Good. Good, good, good. There we go. And then we can kind of roll this around. Distinction in form. There we go. Okay. And then just too aggressive. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, so let's bring a little bit of RL pinkish tone. Get that rim lighting on the sleeve. There we go. Come on. Almost got it. Ow! What do you do? Oh. X, friendly neighborhood. I can draw stick figures and some cute animals, but I mostly work with music. Nice! It is nice to meet you as well. It is always nice to meet a fellow artist, medium notwithstanding. And Shadow is our current commissioner and one of the many people that throw things at my head. So are you planning to pick up streaming? Ow! Tisha also likes to throw things at my head. In fact, pretty much everyone here likes to throw things at my head. I don't know how we got to this point, but here we are. Is how we show our love. Is it? Is it though? Ow! Frick. That was a lot of love. Re-debut, but I'm just vibing until I move to get streaming. Nice. Well, I wish you luck on the debut. I know those can be, well, generally are, a lot of work. Let's see. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, the tribe. Triple Ursine threat. I'm just down a little bit. Like that. Now we've got some overdraw, but that's okay because where did you There we go. Get out of here. Really thought about my debut yet as much as I could. Telling me, yeah. Well, I don't know how much you want my advice on it, but yeah, definitely just hanging out and sort of seeing how people do things I think is a great idea. All right, let's get a little bit of this sippy tea and thank you. Nice. So my main advice might be an unpopular opinion of is I would go ahead and just start doing some streaming. The whole sort of debut format really, came from the larger VTuber agencies, which modeled themselves off of idol agencies. And so, those are large companies with resources and people to coordinate them. So, doing the whole sort of debut song and dance is easier for them because, at the same time that the streamer is getting ready to do the debut, other people are putting together all the material for it. Whereas if it's just you, that's a lot to put on your plate and handle by yourself, right? Especially if, in the worst case scenario, you start streaming and you find you don't really enjoy it. Which, I'm not saying anything about you personally, it's just streaming doesn't jive with everyone. So I think it's a good idea just to kind of do a little bit, see how you feel about it, what you do and don't like. Before you start dropping a lot of time and resources into doing like the full-blown debut. One of my friends has been streaming for, I think she was going on about 2.5 to 3 years and only just did her debut this month. Because, she was busy with other stuff and didn't have time to like put all of that together. Ow, 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 biddies. Thank you. Thank you, biddies. Oof. Thank you for the berry biddies. So yeah, I would definitely, encourage you to try out streaming and see what you like, see if you like it. But not to necessarily, put in the whole effort of doing the debut before you've done that. That makes sense. Yes, that is my advice. I actually have not done a debut. My plan, such as it is to do a debut when I release my second model. But that's probably going to be towards the end of the year. And I kind of just rolled into it like I had definitely plan on just playing some games until I feel comfy. Yeah, exactly. And like I would initially, I think the first few streams I didn't have anything up, like wise, and then I had the model like drawn out, so I was a PNG tuber for a couple of streams, and then finally, sort of soft launched 1.0. Here I am. But yeah, never had like a big to do about the start of it. But yeah, I don't know. I do enjoy streaming. It's nice to just sort of have a period where I just like sit down and focus on artwork and I get to hang out and chat with you guys. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I made it myself. So yeah, for me, it's a very sort of great way to wrap up the week and just, you know, just chill over the weekend. Oh, you're too sweet. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, one of the things I do like about streaming, I've talked about this a bit before, is just that I see a ton of different people doing streaming, and everyone kind of does their own thing. Like there isn't, an absolute rule of, oh, you need to do this and this and this. It's like, yeah, this is what I wanted to do and it's working for me, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah, I wouldn't give advice of like, oh, if you wanna be a star, you gotta have these features and do this on your streams and whatever. It's more just like, suggestions on how to sort of take care of yourself or manage your expectations and resources. But yeah, I do hope you enjoy it as you sort of start to roll it up, get going with it. There we go. Cool. This, want to get that little bit. Why am I doing all these micro details when like entire parts of the other bodies aren't done? All right, let's focus up. Focus up. It's time to come over to this freaking nightmare spawn. Wanna be a star? You gotta learn nuclear fusion. Oh, okay, that's what I was doing. I get it. Understood. That's demon lore to you. How about we split the difference and go with demon abomination? I'll be a VTuber. Surfing around and learning, hanging out. Well, yeah, for sure, for sure. And yeah, like I said, it's great sort of seeing like, because everyone sort of has their own way that they go about it, and like some people, are just kind of streaming and have the avatar. Some people really sort of lean into like the character that they get to be. You need more references of the amazing packs. I think I'm good. I'll let you know if I do need to get more. You double check. Okay, yeah. They are very... Shadow, I'm not gonna lie. I think Shadow has a larger chest than Tragic does. Every time I look into the frogman's eyes, I expect to see the flames of hell. Hang on. Hang on. Wait, is this? Oh, that's the little micro void. Mm-hmm. And then let's apply the mask. There we go, perfect. And of course, we can't forget our other ocular addition. This man charges at you. What do you do? I'm pretty sure the answer is explode. I just explode. Like, he doesn't even reach me. The sheer oncoming presence causes explosions. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Shadow. I'm pretty sure Frogman has a bigger chest than Tragic does. Give Frogman a piece of cake and tea. Oh yeah, that might work. What, the reference for the pecs? Alright, alright. There it is. So dumb. Muscles don't work that way. At least they're not supposed to. Absolute shredded. Thick king. Hmm. Muscles that don't work? Or is it Michelangelo in the Renaissance? Look. Michelangelo knew his anatomy. Like, he knew the muscle groups. But damn if he didn't exaggerate a lot of. Right? Like, everyone in his paintings is shredded as hell. Makes you think everyone in, like, the 1400s. What was it? 14 or 15? I think it would have been turn of the century. But, like, everyone in Renaissance Italy was just a bodybuilder. And that's all they did. Like, oh, no wonder the Italians took to firearms in the Renaissance so readily. They already had so many guns hanging around. How do I explain to my significant other that I have fever dreams of an extremely buff frogman? Yeah, you show them the art and then they start having the fever dreams because that's how the Frog Lord spreads its dark will. And then everyone's infected. Yes, all eventually must return to cat people. It is the final the final shape is cat people. That was a very cute aura, but he was like, no, we gotta match his Lalafell. Everyone plays as Lalafell at least once. Just get it out of your system, and then you can play as a proper race. An actual race. I've been a Lalafell for 2 years. Well, then it's time to stop. A little bit of that underlighting from the mist in the background. There we go. That is a long Lala phase. I briefly Fanta Talala back before the release of Stormblood. Like, all the Heavensward stuff was done. There was no more cutscenes. Ironically, I was a Lalafell when I got my Firebird. That cutscene is ruined forever. But by the time any actual like story rolled around, so I was a Lalafell for like, I don't know, a month and a half, maybe a month, and then I switched back. It's kind of silly just like seeing the differences. Why am I doing this on this layer? Flip it, flip, burp, burp, burp. Stop it. Don't be stupid, stupid. What was I doing? Okay, right. Throne reference. Oh, right. These are those. I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of like the shape of a fruit. But it's like a really weird fruit that I couldn't describe to you. It's like if a strawberry grew on a tree. I rolled as a Miko way back when I started. Aside from that brief experimentation as Lalafell, I have never switched off. Usually a cat girl. A sophisticated choice for sophisticated individuals. I got hit on way more in game as a cat boy than as a cat girl. I mean, I kind of get it just because, like, there's so many cat girls. Like, it's hard to even notice them at this point. Whereas, like, cat boy is like, oh shit. I thought you were a myth. Only catboy I knew about was Graha. I was like, damn, when did they add catboys to the game? All hail the King Shrimp. I traveled across 100 years and multiple planes of existence just so that we could hang out and go on an adventure. But he's precious though. He's a good boy. Grahatia is a good boy. Be nice. Started crying after the sacrifice because I was crying. It's like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry. Stop crying, please. It's gonna be okay. Oh, that. What was that? 5.3? Yeah, 5.3. That was a really good patch. That whole sequence was really well done. Shadowbringer, I love Endwalker, but Shadowbringers definitely was the best one. Well, Shadowbringer also had the challenge of being so disconnected from everything else. Like, it didn't have. Like, Endwalker got to sort of do the victory lap, right? Of everything that had come before it. Whereas Shadowbringers really had to, like, carry so much of the weight just on its own. So by that merit alone, Shadowbringers is incredible. Crystal Exarch ring. Was this like official merch or was this like fan made? Sounds interesting. Fan made. This is fan made. Admittedly, I've seen some really good fan made artwork. Some little knickknacks people make. Okay, so this is gonna be gold trim on. Pull this down. Yeah. And then we'll have gold. a shadow, and a little bit of visible light. Yeah, good. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then just a little bit of trim. There we go. Excuse me. Okay. This orange lighting. Yeah. It needs more orange. What I'm trying. And frankly, I feel that. I understand that. Who doesn't need more orange in their life? There we go. And we're just gonna do that. There we go. Okay. There we go. There it is. Make this a little bit more friendly, like so. Boot off of it. Oh, it is a nice ring. Very pretty. All right, let's do a big old stretchings. We're gonna go up, and we're gonna go left, then we're gonna go right, and then we're gonna mod check. We're gonna mod check again, and don't forget the neck. Thank you, and welcome in, Lakota. No need to apologize. Chat is never late, nor is chat early. Chat arrives precisely when they mean to. But yes, I appreciate you being here. No matter when or for how long. I hope you're having a good Sunday. We're just plugging away at some of these little cleanup elements. Trying to wrap it all up as best we can. Glasses in the headpad, thank you. I can see clearly now. Here we go. Wouldn't that freaking... I was about to say, wouldn't it suck if you freaking... What is it, like... Your only job is optics and you need glasses? Thank you for the hydrate. But then I remember the freaking Hubble Space Telescope needed glasses. So it's not as unlikely as you might think. God, I'm so glad the JWST didn't have any issues. Perfect launch, perfect alignment, everything deployed the way it was supposed to. Oh, that would have been that was so stressful. But it got up there and it's doing the good work. Yeah, and bringing us back some beautiful pictures. Crazy data. Okay, cool. Transformation. Hmm. Okay. Just gonna a little bit. A bit. And elsewhere. The metals are weird because they keep a lot of their local color, their unique color, regardless of the lighting. So you kind of have to balance the. Obviously, like if you're dealing with like silver, they're just kind of reflective. They don't retain local color same way as say gold or silver, or not silver, brass, bronze. There we go. Cool. That's looking pretty good. Save. Save, 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 save. Oh, all those panic moments. Autosave kick. I like autosave, I just wish it wasn't quite so heart attack inducing. Okay, and then point. About all we're gonna get out of this. Worth putting a lot in there, way back behind the characters. Okay, that's looking pretty. All right. Nice. Get rid of this. 'Cause everything else about it is fine. It's just the one part that's like, nee. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. I'll probably put a little bit more into here, but just for the sake of like making sure that we moving and touching on more stuff, I think we'll leave that there for the time. It's feeling very raspy. Maybe something in clip bugged out. It's not like scaling the image properly. Or maybe my eyes are just weird. Special eye. Grab the right rep. Doing it the way we mean. Build this out dimensionally, right? So that play. Where's our move? Yeah. Under shape. Edge. Good old Fresnel lighting, my favorite. Okay. Delayed agility check. No, T-Shell, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Ah, frick! Ow. I didn't pass. Once again, I failed the check. I rolled a 3 and now I'm being mauled by a bear. What is the... Okay, that's actually fun. Then we just do... Yeah, so the throw thing has a cooldown, so I think if you spam it too quickly, it's not gonna accept the second one. Refund that real quick. Once I remember where I need to go, because I almost never need to do. Oh, I know where. Final point? I think there's a queue. For quest queue, which is still chock full of stuff because I never cleared this out. Hang on. Hang on. Almost there. Okay. I'm going to... Last month. No. Oh no. Oh, it's more than that. Oh no, how many are there? You guys throw too much shit. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Refund points. Ow! Stop it. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and complete all these. Ow! Stop friggin', what the? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Are we good? That was weird. Okay, hang on. I need to reconnect the bridger again. On. We good? There we go. I think I auto completed. I tried to clear the queue of point requests out. I think it thought I meant do all of them at once. Oh, such devastation. Okay, there we go. X is slowly starting to come together. There's a very bunch of really just weird shapes, though. I tell you what. Alright, I'm just gonna get rid of that shape. I don't like it. And then we're that. Wrap that around like that. And then you can go. Good. Okay. That's feeling pretty nice. Or is it at least working fine, I guess. Did want to clean this up some. Because it was just feeling just very lumpy where it is right now. I want to kind of smooth it out a little. Something a bit more like. And then grab a little bit of blood. There we go. Okay. And then what I want to do. Oh, right. We need a little bit of the red. Bring in. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's kind of interesting. There we go. Someone go get punched. Sounds like someone go get punched. If someone's gonna get punched, and take it outside. Need no punching in this stream. Fruit punch? Acceptable. Just don't put any shoju in it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then all right. Let's go a little more. We dodge the. Cool. Definitely an improvement. Okay, this sort of casing it. And then we're gonna get full red. Okay. Yes. Yes, kind of. Another breakup right here. Okay. All right. Wait, what is... Okay, so that's actually... Okay. Okay. What is all this, man? Why is all this? Okay. Almost looks like fur pinching. Fur skirt around the bottom. Know that all of these details are necessary for the infliction of pain, unless you're referring to pain of artists trying to recreate it, in which case, yes, it is extremely painful. Okay, that'll do. There we go. All right, I think that'll. We need to get this really rich, saturated red form. insides of our patterns. Okay. Bring that framing device. Secondary bevel bit as well. Neat. Okay, and then we just need to bring in okay. You're gonna cut. What the hiffle? Alright, like that. And then this actually needs to connect to the frontmost stripe, middle or the back. I had roughed out. This needs to reposition a little bit. It needs to reposition quite a bit. Alright. Do that move. Grab this. And then we need 3 more lines. Boom. Okay, that's a little bit better. And then this is actually all kind of US plain, so this one red. Bring out a and then this can, and oh, come on, dang it. Okay, this. Little bit of this underside. Get a little bit of that, planar curve as we sort of go from axe spike to like I want it to sort of grow. Cool. Yes. Doing all right. Create a little bit of breakup in here. Okay. Okay, that's looking. Excuse me, that's looking a little bit better. You still got the freaking googly eyes up here? Ow. I think it's an improvement. Yeah, this far back, we're just getting some rasterization. Probably doesn't come through in the stream, but I see it, and I don't like it. What that means. So rasterization basically is like pixelation, right? It's how an image is sort of converted into a pixel grid. And so if we're at 100%, right? This is just 1 pixel per pixel, right? But if I zoom out or in, well, so if I zoom out, it starts compressing, right? It sort of averages out the pixels. But, it might not do a great job sort of determining which ones to show and which ones not to. So we start to get these weird, like, jagged places. Or at least I start to see it. Like I said, I don't think it, like, shows up on the stream. I think there's just so many, like, levels of compression that you guys probably don't end up seeing it. But I do, and I don't like it. Makes me grumpy. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, if you zoom in past 100%, then it just starts to show. Like if you're at 200%, then it's 2 pixels per actual pixel. And then, you get in really close, you just start to get really fuzzy. Yeah, I don't know if that's like the proper use of the term rasterized, but that it's close enough. In fact, let me look. Rasterization. It's the task of taking an image described in a vector graphic format and converting it into a raster image. Series of pixels, dots, or lines, which when displayed together create the image. Vision versus subpixel. Yeah, so you'll see in Photoshop fairly often, right? You might be like working with font, and then if you try and like do something to the font, it'll ask you if you want to rasterize it, because that will basically take it out of the font format, out of the text format, and just convert it into a pixel image that you can then use other normal Photoshop tools. But the text in its like its native format is more like a vector, which is what allows it to like scale up and down when you change the font size, and it doesn't get all like gross and pixely, right? Oh, I'm gonna save this hand for next time because I'm not feeling it. I just don't want to deal with it right. Let's spend a little bit of time working on Tragic's outfit here. I think that'll be a pretty good thing to wrap up on. Actually, so here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm feeling. We're gonna take one more quick break. I'm gonna heat up some more water, put the tea, and then we'll go for a little bit longer and call it a day. Okay? Okay. Let me run a quick ad break. I appreciate you guys' patience with me running a few in the background. But yeah. Well, ow. Okay, fine. No ad break. Jeez. No, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway, and you can't stop me. All right. I'm gonna, since you requested head pats, I'm just gonna kind of. Whoop, where'd it go? Scooch. No, I'm not the cutie. You're the cute. Okay. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna run some ads, and then I'll see you guys in a minute. Okay, bye. You throwing stuff at me while I was gone. Rude. Rude. Okay. Now we'll put in, I don't know, let's go for another half hour or so. Be a good place.
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
You guys are. You guys are wonderful. I love you. Oh, I love having you guys around. Hang out with such cool folks. It's a great way to spend. What layer are we on? There we go. I'm gonna pause. Well, we'll let this. I've got my favorite. Mm. I need to yeah. On this part being way brighter than everything around it. Doesn't really make any sense. Pass shot. Pretty form, right? Okay. Thank you. Good time. Where is it? Come on, you got it. I know you have it here. Oh, don't you pull out on me. Don't you lie to me. There it is. Has this really been out for a year? Over a year. 15 months. Okay, now the Hiff will do chains work. Yeah. All right, fine, I'll stop. Go back to the airport. Truer words have never been spoken. Oh yeah, you have that other ride coming up, right? Maybe. Sorry, dude. Oh, so Shadow. Remember I was saying yesterday I was in frontline and I had gone 5 for 5 for the week and I didn't want to play anymore because I didn't want to break that win streak. Yep. I said fine, I'll do another game today. It was Seal Rock and now I'm 6 for 6 and I'm like, what the hell is happening? Now I'm scared. No, I'm scared. And it was so weird. Like the game started off really rough, and we were in third place, and I'm like, ah, shit, this is the one. And then we brought it back. All right, I'll do one more tomorrow just to get a perfect for the week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But I'm not doing it today because I am not pressing my luck with Seal Rock twice in a row. That's a death wish. During one of the matches, there was a ice match. Smash all the ice one. Um, well, let me see if I can find it because it's very comfortable. Um, so we got to we were closing in. We were right near the end. We just needed a couple more points to wrap it up. And I just helped kill a guy and was running back to the base to sort of loop around and rejoin the main group. And there was an enemy guy, I think it was a machinist, had like 2% health and was just riding right behind me. I guess just hoping that I didn't notice him. But he drifted into my view and I was like, oh hey, what the fuck? Dismounted, punched him, he died, and the game ended. I was like, oh damn, okay. Like, I'm almost sorry, but that's also great. So yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Something feels wrong, and I feel like I'm spending all my luck for the rest of the year. Okay. This point a little bit. Couple. Okay, better. And yeah, have enough cash shot. This whole get up, this whole situation. Not really gonna get any of the blue glow. Is okay. Nothing. Okay. Okay. With that. Oh shit, it's dead, guys? Wait, what's dead? I checked to see if the stream had died. I was like, oh shit, what? Dead guy days? How many? Okay. Oh, like Monday's a holiday or something? Question mark? You go. I mean, my company is weird because we're not. I think because it's not incorporated in the US, I don't get all the US holidays. There are a lot of days where I'm just like, all right, well, I'm gonna keep going. Or I have to. Um, oh, Colorado Festival. Okay. Well, y'all have fun with your weird dead people festival. I guess. Festival's gonna keep doing our thing. Okay, a little bit better. Bottom cross strap like that. Actually, kind of also rounded around the shape. We have a frozen dead guy in a small mountain town called Nederland. Every year they bring him out and party with them. I don't think that's the weirdest festival I know of, but it's certainly unique. They keep him in a shed on dry ice. That part's a little weird. He's just like, no, we need to keep the same dead guy. Trying to cryopreserve himself, and I'm guessing it didn't go well. Let's try to thaw him out. Wonder how he would feel about the fact that he's probably partying more now as a freeze-dried corpse than he ever did when he was alive. And that's got to be a little rough on the ego, right? Let me check the reference. What kind of beta button we're dealing with? Yeah, I mean, if that works for you, go for it. I suppose I'm kind of gunning in that direction too. All those artists that get super popular after they're dead. It's like, yeah, it would have been nice if I could have bought some food while I was still alive, guys, you know? Gee. But yeah, no, that's great. Just check out all my stuff later, I guess. Not like I see it, dude. Feel bad, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The guy tried to cryopreserve himself. Wasn't successful, but he is the coolest guy in Colorado now. I blame you guys. You guys give me pun brain. Nice. Ah, damn. Tisha heard a pun and is like, I am here now. Hey, well, not wrong. Okay, go. And this that sort of tattered cloth effects go. Something like that, I reckon. California is trying to ban Skittles. Does it say why? Other food containing certain chemical toxins. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured it was gonna be. So it's more like, why the fuck are toxins in Skittles? Freaking clickbait. Containing titanium dioxide, red dye 3, potassium bromate, propylparaben, and brominated vegetable oil. Okay, I mean, maybe those things shouldn't be in Skittles. I'm just saying. Products include Campbell's soup, Sour Patch Kids, Pez, and Sundrop soda. If the bill goes into effect, the companies will need to change their food formula or the products won't be able to sell in the state. I mean, again, I don't know why these toxic things are in the food to begin with, so I see this as a good thing. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't feel like it is. Yeah, no, it's a total clickbait headline of like, California wants to ban Skittles because. Bah. No, it's like, no, they want to ban toxins in the food. Like, well, why are toxins in the food? But they know, but they got some clicks out of it, so the headline worked, right? It generated outrage and got people to read it, and then they could get ad revenue. And that's what it's all about. The ad revenue. So yeah. What did we learn? There we go. Okay. Okay. Round out the. Okay. Like. Okay. And then that. I figure this is at least going to take all of next week. We'll have a lot of cleanup to do, a lot of detailing. Making good progress on it, but it is not done yet. Okay. I'm just gonna grab it. Loincloth is feeling a little long. A little long on the cloth. A little bit of this blue tone bouncing like that. Okay. I think that's gonna be where we call it for tonight. Let's zoom on back and see where we're at. We still got the freaking good stuff. Good stuff. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, there's still definitely a lot still to work through. Gotta finish cleaning stuff up, add detail, add tattoos, add freckles. Actually, here, let me do that. The final thing for the evening, so that I don't forget it. All right, drive safe, Shadow. We'll be wrapping up here in just a few minutes, so no worries. Have a good night. Let's go back. Yeah. Let me see how dense these. Okay. Not super dark, and there's not a ton of. Where is my? There you are. That our figure. Nose. Hair. Okay, and just a very light dusting. Smaller one. Cool. Yeah, we'll just leave those where they are for now. Thought late flights were a good idea anyway. Someone more concerned with scheduling and logistics than human comfort. Basically. Okay. So yeah, still definitely a lot of detailing that I want to do and some cleanup on like hand, axe, her hair, her outfit, her outfit. Gotta get all those tattoos in. I definitely want to do like a detailing pass on our big ol' head hanging in the background. Birds flying around at night. Do. So yeah, I figure at the very least this will probably be another weekend's worth of doing. Yes. But we shall see. We'll see where we get to now. I think that's where we're gonna call it for this week. This has been fun. This has been a really interesting project to sort of see come into its own. Oh, I hope you guys are enjoying it. Bring up the list. Who's around? Who's hanging out? Who's being cool this Sunday evening? Iron Mouse is in a cage on Connor's stream. What did she do? All right. You're fine. I agree. I'm enjoying it. And who all is around that we can hang out and be cool with? Okay, so Connor is doing his stream, and then Iron Mouse is watching his stream while she sits in her mouse cage. Yeah. Connor's been doing a lot of those. He's been doing a lot of cycling. Just going around doing his thing. Good for him, though. You know, using his platform for a good cause. I respect that. That's very cool. He's a good guy, even if he likes to pretend to be the villain. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of Connor's stuff, but he's cool. Like, I've watched some Crash Taste, and obviously I watch stuff of him and Mouse. I just haven't watched, like, a lot of his streams directly. Alright, you know what I think we'll do? This is a fairly appropriate transition. We're gonna go, I think, watch Coca-Cola. They are playing some Devil May Cry 5. It's a pretty metal game, if I do say so myself. Yeah, we'll go hang out with Coca-Cola. And yeah, just show them some love, be good. And yeah, just chill out there. I think that's get that rolling. Add button. Alright. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. It's always fun. I always like seeing everybody. I hope I always hope I am a good into the week for you guys. I really enjoy having the opportunity to do these streams. I appreciate you guys supporting them and being here to hang out. Ow, even if you throw a fucking bear at my head. But yeah, I hope I was really out of it today. No worries. You were fine. Everyone is fine. I just appreciate people being here and hanging out and being chill. No need, nothing to apologize for. But yes, I hope you all have a wonderful week ahead. Remember to be kind to others and be kind to yourselves, as you deserve it. Give yourselves a break. Get something good to eat. And I'll see you all next weekend. We'll continue to offer our tithes to the frog demon. Till then, everyone be good, take care, and I will see you all next time. Night, everybody. Bye. Bye now.